आज नहीं आ रहे ब्लूटूथ नहीं किए खाली ब्लूटूथ माइक
Should be starting to record. Sir Prakash?
Yes. Hello, namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, all of you. My name is Prakash Umbarkar. I am senior radiation therapist from PD Hinduja Hospital, Mumbai. And also I'm ambassador of WREATF in World Radiography Foundation Trust. And I'm happy to welcome to all the participants. Those are joining in worldwide in the different country, in the different time, and is very well time to appreciate for everyone's. Today I will host and myself, me and Peachy, my co-partner for today's hosting this wonderful webinar under banner of WFRT. We really appreciate for taking this time off to busy schedule and to join today us for this event. I really appreciate and congratulate everyone. And I would like to thank you for my organizing committee, that is World Radiography Foundation Trust. So to start this webinar series was as academic to share our knowledge in good platform, and our team WFRT ambassador to take this one step to forward to come up this idea and to start new innovation to learning process or learning program for this banner of WFRT, all the teams. And also thank you for the behind the screen and off the screen. Those are to develop this idea, to want to share and create this such nice platform to all the multidisciplinary, the medical professional, radiography, radiation oncology, and other multi lab technologies and radiation therapy technologies. So this basically purpose of this webinar to provide the appropriate knowledge entire the worldwide, what are the status and the practice developing in your hospital and other area like radiotherapy technologies, radiation therapists, to teach the skill to mentor our student, to create connectivity and environment of learning. So I glad to warm welcome to everyone for this today's first webinar series. And I will also introduce my co-partner, Peachy Luna. She is a queen of ambassador of our family, and she is a Secretary of General, Local International Relationship, Philippine College of Radiology Technologists. She is one of the International Council member, Philippine International Society and Radiography students. And she also board member of ISRRT Board of Trustee and the General Secretary of International Society of Radiology Technology student also. See also the many activity done by the Philippine student for the entire the world. She is actively participant to WFRT family and as well as the many like academic continuous education program developed. She thoroughly and she is one of the leading technologists in our family. I really welcome to my host Miss Peachy to kindly hand over the today's session. Thank you very much and welcome to all of you.
Yes, good day, everyone. And thank you, dear Prakash, for that intro. So having heard that, allow me also to introduce my partner to all of you. You know, Prakash here is the National Academic Coordinator of the Association of Radiation Therapy Technologists, ARTTI, and the West Zonal Secretary of the same association in India. My partner here, Prakash, is also the World Radiography Educational Trust Foundation Ambassador of the Year 2022 and also is involved in the Faculty of International University Radiotherapy Technologist course. And so with that, Prakash, we are now ready and let's get going. You know, the WRTF has launched this year a very interesting project. This is the webinar series 2023. Each webinar that we are to give you aimed to provide our audience with an in-depth presentation focused on a specific topic or subject, showcasing expertise in radiography, radiation therapy, radiologic imaging modalities, practice, and education. So Prakash, let us get into this. I would like to introduce to everyone briefly the WRETF chairman, Mr. Christopher Stillman, and invite him to greet everyone before he introduces our invited speaker. So our chairman, Christopher, here is an assistant professor and program director of the cardiac specialist program at Weber State University in Ogden, Utah, USA. He has served the WRTF for 12 years. He is the founder of the WRETF Ambassador Program and is currently our chairperson. Chris is an internationally recognized speaker and contributor to numerous books and publications in several languages worldwide. He has addressed audiences in 13 countries, most recently the ISRT 2022 World Congress in Bangkok, Thailand, and the 2022 International Conference for Cardiovascular Technologists in India, where he was also the recipient of a Lifetime Achievement Award. So ladies and gentlemen, our dear participants, let us all welcome our chairman, Christopher Stillman.
Thank you very much, Peachy. That was, as usual, extremely kind of you. Let me start by saying I will keep this as brief as possible so that our speaker can have as much time as he needs. But I will say I couldn't be more proud of the ambassadors and of the work that Peachy and Prakash have done to organize these webinars. So with that being said, let me introduce somebody very special to me. There's one sentence I always say when I speak about our speaker today, Subramania Bettagere, is that many, many years ago, he opened the door to the world for me and gave me my first opportunity to speak at the international level. And I haven't stopped since, and I haven't stopped appreciating what Subramania has done with me, done for me. Subramania is well known amongst radiation oncology communities as Manya. Professor Manya is currently a professor and the clinical coordinator of radiation therapy of the radiation therapy program at Health Sciences Education and Wellness Institute at Bellevue College in Bellevue, Washington State, USA. Professor Manya is a board certified radiation therapist, and he's practiced in Jamaica, the United Kingdom, and the United States. Professor Manya earned his initial radiation therapy training at Kasturba Medical College and Manipal University in India. And Professor Mania has completed advanced placement in radiation therapy after completing his program at Loma Linda University in California, and is currently working on advanced radiotherapy and oncology practice postgraduate program in Sheffield Hallam University in the United Kingdom. Professor Mania is one of our trustees, and I will say who has made an immediate impact on our ability to do what we do. And what the WRTF does is just increase access to education for people around the world. And Subramania is contributing to that effort again today. He's an active member of the ASRT, the American Society of Radiologic Technologists, and the College of Radiographers in the United Kingdom. He also participates in the AIRS, Association of Educators in Radiologic Sciences, and the National Education Association in the United States. Every word of that was deserved, because this is truly an amazing man. I introduce you to Subramania Betagari.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? All right. I was hearing a lot of background noise. All the participants, kindly, could you please turn off your microphone when someone is talking? And when you have questions or something like that, you can turn your microphone on. And also, Prakash and Peachy, there are a lot of people waiting in the waiting room. I'm sure one of you keeping an eye on that. Let me share my screen before I start talking. Let me know if you can see my screen. 1 second. Is everybody can see my screen?
Yeah.
All right, excellent. So I appreciate the kind words from Professor Steelman. So he said that I opened the door for him for all the volunteering and speaking engagements he have worldwide. So I did not do anything special for him. I was a education coordinator for Society of Radiographers in Jamaica for a few years. And for our annual meeting, I was looking for speakers, and Professor Steelman attended some of our meetings, in the halls of the hospitals and the, lobbies of the hospitals where we conduct our meetings. And with brief interaction with him, at that moment, I realized that he could be a good resource person for our meeting. I just asked him, and he kindly agreed to do that. The good part, best part of that, he did that, but the worst part of that, I couldn't attend the meeting. So I was accepted by Loma Linda University for my advanced placement program. I had to leave the country briefly, but he did his, presentation, and I got great feedback from the participant that he did a fantastic job. That goes to show that, every little thing we do as part of our routine work, whether it is part of the job, part of the volunteering, we never know, it might have an immense impact on someone. Today, you are all attending this session. There are a lot of people actually part of the WRATF Ambassadors Program, and there are many of you are on the board as well. And Professor Steelman opened doors for hundreds and hundreds of people worldwide. So I did one thing, and if that allowed him to open doors for hundreds and hundreds of people, why not? I think we all can do that. I think that is the takeaway from what he just mentioned. With that, I'm going to start my presentation. Thank you, everyone, for having me for this inaugural webinar of this series. I'm hoping that this series will go well, and it is opening doors for many of the people worldwide for opportunity for them to do, conduct webinar, present, and so on and so forth. Guess what? You don't have to be an expert. Professor Steelman other day mentioned, you don't have to be an expert. If you are interested to do present or have webinar in your region, if you need help, contact us. We will try to pair with one of the ambassadors who could be your mentor and help you to organize that or help you to present that in this platform. And don't hesitate. And you all have opportunity to do that. You all have potential to do that. With that, today's topic is instructional skills for clinical setting. So at our college, every year, annually, our college every year,
Professor Subramaniam. You are unmute, sir.
can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I think when you mute everyone, it mutes me as well. That is what's happening. So if I'm muted, momentarily, just let me know. I can unmute myself. So as I was saying, we conduct a clinical instructors workshop every year at our college. The purpose of that is to help radiographers, radiologic technologists, radiation therapists, sonographers, and nuclear medicine technologists, neurodiagnostic technologists, and so on and so forth. All the technologists on a daily basis working with the students in their clinics. So today, I'm going to look at role of radiologic technologists as clinical instructors. So we are looking at, let me change my slide here. Is my screen slide is changing or it is stuck? Can you hear me?
Yes, it's changing.
Yeah, it's changing.
Okay, good. So looking at dimensions of clinical instruction, so just to look at some basic guidelines and basic tools to help our student, mentor our students, and so that in the future, they are going to be competent technologists to work with us, right? Make impact in this profession. Now, a basic question comes to mind. Probably all of you at this moment asking this basic question, who is a clinical instructor? So you might say, hey, I don't have that title in my clinic or hospital, right? I'm just a technologist coming to work and do my job and get out of the clinic when my shift is done, right? Here is the thing, whether we officially have title or not, we inevitably work with the students when they are placed in our clinic. We are not going to just student do whatever they want and we just do our job and go home. That is not helping us. That is not safe for patient, and that is not helping the student either. So we all have to help the student out to make sure in the future we have a competent colleague working with us. Now, here is what Kevin Powers, former director of education at ASRT, and he was the moderator of Clinical Instructor Academy in his first module, transitioning from staff technologist to clinical instructor. He said this: a clinical instructor, I'm going to read as it is because it is his statement, not mine. A clinical instructor is typically a technologist or practitioner that is employed by a given clinical setting that is either assigned or assumes, I think, for the best outcome for the students and for the clinic and patient. We all have to assume this role at some point in time, even informally. The responsibility for overseeing the activities and performance of a student in a given clinical environment. We have to remember this. Student is always under our supervision. We cannot just leave them alone by themselves, do whatever they want, because they are students, they are learning, they are acquiring skill set. So we have to make sure they're under our direct supervision. Now, I'm going to ask you to do a quick little activity. Very simple. Thinking of your past, who was your best teacher or mentor and why? Just put it in the chat, and I will pick a few things from your chat, and that might make my job very simple this morning. By the way, it could be morning or evening or night or day, wherever you are. So good morning, good night, good evening, good day, right? Go ahead and start putting your comments. Who was your best teacher or mentor and why? It could be a mentor on the job, not necessarily a teacher, whoever it is. And then we will watch a quick video and we will continue. Prakash, it could be helpful, either Peachy or Prakash could read some of those comments from the chat thing. For some reason, I'm having challenge here to look at the chat.
Yeah, sure, will help.
You can go ahead and read as it comes in if there are any comments. Peachy?
Yeah, someone said mom.
Okay, yes. Mom, definitely a first teacher, first mentor, first confidant, everything, of course. What else? What comments coming in there?
Oh, he said here, she said here that a manager who encouraged her to grow and develop in all aspects of her career, especially her potential to develop as a leader.
Absolutely. Can you imagine when we have wonderful helping, mentoring managers? Work could be, joy. I totally agree with that.
Yeah, somebody commented also first parents, and then Ernest here mentioned Mr. Eric Sunera from Kenyatta National Hospital, Kenya. And he said he's very understanding and supportive to the students.
Exactly. He has specific person at his hospital helped when he was student. So if I can summarize from the few comments we just got here, so that kind of goes to some of the things I have here. Probably that person is a good listener. The person could be reassuring. Person could be explaining procedures well, detail-oriented. Or in a stressful situation, that person could be calming and, instill ambition in you to become competent technologist, and also could be a very good mentor, right? So that made my job easier. I could say my talk is done. Not quite yet. Let us watch this video quickly. It might go to a different screen, but I will bring it back to this screen in a minute. Just let me know if you can see that. Just let me know if you can see my video screen.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to play the video now. This is a video from Pixar, and there is a learner. You can see how that learner go through a variety of emotions and challenges.
Professor Manya, there is no sound.
No sound?
Yes.
Oh, so my volume is full. Let me see if computer audio is shared. 1 second. The entire video, you did not hear any sound at all?
Yes, in the video there is no sound, sir. Your voice only is hearing.
Oh my goodness. It could be a computer sound. Could someone tell me where can I go in the Zoom to?
The volume button you can check it, sir. Near the play, there's a volume button is there. Speaker, you can check it there.
Or you can stop sharing and then share it again. You will see at the lower left corner an option to share the audio.
Okay, all right. I stop share now. I think you don't see my screen anymore. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when I start sharing,
kindly check at the lower left corner.
Share sound.
Yes.
Okay. And then can you see that now?
Your slides, yes.
Yes. Let me open the video one more time. I'm sorry about the mishap there. Now, can you hear the sound?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna do the widescreen. Thank you.
और बिस्तर थे वो सब सामान देखना है हमें
Again, voice is missing, sir.
Am I muted?
975.
Did someone say they cannot hear? Prakash?
Your voice also missing, sir, now.
I'm getting
Okay,
a
sir.
lot of feedback from the participants. They keep talking. So I'm not. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We can hear.
No audio at all, sir.
Can you hear the sound?
Yeah,
Yes,
yes,
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
जा तो जाना है तो जा तेरी मर्जी लेके जाते रूट के चली जाएगी हाथों दिखा रहे लोग तो
ऑप्शन इधर है।
Hey, that was the video. Let me stop that video. So as you can see in that video, there is a novice who is a learner. It looked like his, instructor or teacher or trainer is evaluating him. So he's intimidated by all the buttons and the switches on the control console there. Imagine a new student stepping into your clinic and all the, control consoles and the monitors, everything we have, how they are intimidated by that. All the participants, could you please turn off your microphone? So I'm getting a lot of feedback and probably a lot of the participants cannot hear what I'm saying as well. Please bear with me. I appreciate that. So as you've seen in the video, that could be intimidating for those novice or new student coming into your clinic. So as we go along, I will mention some of those situations. Here is the outline for today's talk. We're going to look at the role of the clinical instructors, characteristics and their responsibilities, and some of the legal issues, and also look at our learning process as well, how that happens from novice to expert, and some learning domains, and also how that helps us with critical thinking, reasoning, and problem solving. And we will end.
Please unmute there, sir.
I think when you mute everyone, it mutes me as well. That's another thing. Then you have to unmute me if I don't notice it. That's keep happening. Never mind. It's just a technology that happens all the time with the Zoom. Can you hear me well now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So we are going to discuss the characteristics and responsibilities of the clinical instructor, and we will identify some legal issues that may arise in your role as clinical instructor, as technologist, how this should be handled, and we will describe the novice to expert transformation and discuss the students' needs to make this transition as well. So that comes with your honest feedback and your leadership as a technologist helping the student. Now, you can see a picture there. They're talking. You see one guy holding a patient's feet, right? Obviously, patient is on the floor. Yes, we have to be talkative in the sense that have effective communication and therapeutic communication with the patients and effective communication with the colleagues. But talkative in the sense we are not following the instruction and there is no plan and we are, compromising the safety of the patients, right? But of course, the communication is so important as part of your job as a technologist, as a clinical instructor as well. So now as a technologist, you're working there few years and, you're either qualified, in some countries, you're, board certified, registered and licensed and all of that. So you have that knowledge. That is why you have that job, right? So you are knowledgeable about the procedures and the, treatments you're doing. You are having the student with you because you're enthusiastic in teaching and imparting those skill sets to your student, right? And you also encourage them to learn the right way and, you provide all those resources to these students. So you are a resourceful person for those students. Of course, the important part of this entire process is to provide that specific feedback. What they did well, we start from the positive thing. Hey, you did XYZ, you did fantastic, wonderful job. Here is few things you can work on. So between now and next week, these are the things you need to work on. That specific constructive feedback will encourage them to work on that and, get up to speed by set time, right? So you are providing that resource. Also, you are very patient because it is not going to happen overnight. You have to give them some time. So you are very patient with them that they learn the right way. You are aware of the areas students may need to improve. That is why that feedback is so important. Now, here is one of the greatest, aspect of our job. We are lucky to have a direct hand in the quality of people we may work with in the future, right? So tomorrow, if I want to work with a competent technologist as part of our team, we can do that. We can make it happen because we are the one working with the students and we are devoted to do that, right? So that is the great part of our job. We are not just working there, treating the patients or doing the procedure and imaging and get out of the clinic. We get our pay and we are done. Not just that. We are creating the next generation of workforce to be, safe for the patient, right? That is the greatest aspect of our job. Now, clinical instructor attributes. One thing I always tell my students on the first quarter of the program, hey, you don't know radiation therapy yet. Please forgive me if I mention radiation therapy. I'm radiation therapist. I'm probably a bit biased because I don't have expertise in other area. So I might quote sometime radiation therapy or radiation therapist. So please do bear with me. I tell this to my student, hey, you are here to learn radiation therapy, but you need to come with two things. One, positive attribute. Second, positive attitude, right? If you have that, your first day will be awesome. First week will be awesome. First month, first year, by the time you blink your eyes, you will be graduating and, passing the board and ready to hit the floor, right? Now, think about this. If you are planning to give a gift to someone, right? Consider that is your attitude is a gift, Christmas gift or something like that, right? We want to wrap the gift with beautiful wrapping paper and make it presentable. That is your positive attribute. If that student have that, and as a clinical instructor, you have that, it is easier for the student. So you are vital liaison between the institution and the profession. You take professional responsibility. In return, you gain the respect of your fellows. You hold a deep understanding of the need for the educational process of the clinical aspect and likely have experienced reward in training colleagues on a personal level and or at a departmental level. Now, sometimes there is no monetary benefits to doing all of this. We don't do everything for monetary benefits, but there is a great job satisfaction for you when that student succeed, when that student graduate, when that student get job and start working with you sometime, right? So that comes with the responsibilities as well, right? So you have to make sure to set clear expectation for your students. They are not just wandering off in your clinic. You have set expectation and outcome to achieve. You have to become familiar with the learning outcome set by the college or your university or whichever the institute they are coming from. You provide feedback to them and you do periodic performance evaluation. It is very important. Sometimes these evaluation could be formal process like weekly evaluation or monthly or quarterly or semester. However, informal feedback happens pretty much instantly on a daily basis. That is also very important. Now, there are some legal issues. I'm not going to touch on legal issues too much. I don't delve into that because you all in different countries. The laws are different in different jurisdictions. Here in the United States, we have 50 states have different laws. You can imagine it is hard to explain everything for every country. But here is the thing. One is the important thing legally everywhere. And from the safety point, students have the status of learners and do not replace them as a staff or personnel. Don't let them do your job and you walk off the clinic or go somewhere because they are not staff. It could be unsafe for patients. They are always under the direct supervision of you. And students should always be under the direct supervision. Either it is radiographer, radiation therapist, radiologic technologist, or nuke med technologist, whoever you are, and whichever the student you have in your clinic. Now, what is learning? You need to understand the learning process, a little bit basics about learning process, right? So, students have some prior knowledge. They don't have the skill set. They have some prior knowledge before coming into the program, right? Then it takes from novice to expert. It's a big transition, right? We will look at that and model of skill acquisition. There are some studies done by the technologists. We will briefly look at that. That takes behavior change. And also there is a theory called self-determination theory coming out of one of the studies conducted by a nuclear medicine technologist, and how to foster motivation. And we will look at the learning cycle and elements of mastery, and quickly about learning domains, which is cognitive, psychomotor, and interpersonal. How that helps critical thinking, reasoning, and problem solving. So here is the study done by a nuclear medicine technologist, the Anthony Wayne Knight. He goes by Tony. He's a nuclear medicine technologist, and he did this study at University of Iowa. So it's called a self-determination theory-based analysis of the effects of clinical instructor behavior on student clinical engagement. I'm not going into detail into this study. I will pick up a few things here and there. So basically, this study is about how clinical instructor behavior affects student clinical engagement from a motivational perspective, right? So basically, novice, there could be a first week in the program, first time coming to clinic, right? They don't have any skill set yet. Then they start learning different tasks, start acquiring skill set one by one, and they are now beginner. Then by senior year, they learned all the basic skill set. Now they are ready to do their competencies and procedures and examination. Now they are, competent. By the end of the program, ready to graduate, now they are proficient. They finished all the clinical requirement. They learned all the, skill set, and they achieved all the outcomes. They are proficient now. And now once they start working as a technologist, entry-level technologist, and working in the field for many years, they will become expert. Now you all doing that, you're all expert, and you will help this process of transition from novice to expert to your student. Primarily, it relates to time on task during which the learner is engaged. Novice need a lot of time, right? Novice and beginner need, clear instruction, checklist, routine, and all of that. So once you become competent, you're probably less dependent on checklist and routines. Once you're proficient, probably you can skip few steps and go to the next step directly, right? And once you're expert, that is where blind spot comes in. Once we are in the field for several years, we can do things on a fly, and there is a blind spot that students don't get that. They need a lot of repetition, right? We don't need that. So that is the expert characteristics. Experts have different brains. They cannot go back to being novice. This is coming from Tony's studies. He interviewed, hundreds and hundreds of technologists nationwide. This is what he is getting. And experts do not think linearly. The routine things are not conscious. They read through the context, able to just adjust on the fly. But novice and beginners can't do that. They need repetition. You probably heard this guy. He's a social scientist, Lev Vygotsky, who is a Russian social scientist. He has this zone of proximal development. What he says in summary is that you can Google that for the details. But in summary, he says, keep a balance between competence and challenge, where they need assistance but can do something by themselves. Let us say they can set up the table by themselves. Let them do it. Since they can do it, they can take the lead and let them set up the table independently. However, they cannot image yet. They haven't learned that yet. Then we walk them through that until they learn that. So that's basically, Lev Vygotsky says that, and because of the expert blind spot, like I mentioned earlier on, instructors may have little conscious awareness of all the competent skills and knowledge required for complex tasks. But novice and beginners, your student need step-by-step instruction, checklist, routine, and repetition. So we working in the field for several years, we are on autopilot. But we cannot expect student to be on autopilot. So consequently, we may leave out some of the steps that what intimidate student. As you watch that video and he sees that hundreds of buttons there, he doesn't know what button to press. He is just doing trial and error and he got intimidated, got crazy, right? But when it didn't go in his way, he got emotional. This is what happens to students as well. Forget about the student. When we take new job in a new place, we are slightly intimidated for a while. We need orientation, we need training. It happens to all of us with the new things, right? So how would we resolve that? Motivation. Motivation has to come from internal sources, If the student is not internally motivated, then external motivation doesn't help. In order for student to be motivated, student have to engage. If the student is not engaged in your clinic, that is a sign that student is not motivated. The best way to motivate is to create a positive environment, conducive learning environment, right? So making sure that they have all the steps, they follow the instruction, you kind of hold their hand initially, step by step. So that really helps. But the punishment, criticism tend to produce an opposite effect, such as resentment. A punisher is someone to avoid. They try to avoid you. I don't like this technologist. I don't want to work with them. They try to avoid you. That is not going to help the student. That is not going to help you. That is not in the best interest of the safety of the patient, right? So we have to make sure we help the student. I have heard from my students, maybe you hear this as well in your place, where a certain technologist is saying to student, I have no interest in teaching students. My job is to do my job and go. I have no time for that. I'm running behind the schedule, right? So that is really demotivating for students. Once you're affiliated with the program, became part of the program, you're willing to take student, then you have the responsibility to motivate them, engage them, and making sure mentor them, right? That makes sense. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense to take the students. Here are two researchers, Desi and Ryan. They did this study about self-determination theory. According to their study, humans need competence, autonomy, and relatedness. Have you ever felt your supervisor or someone micromanaging you and you don't like that? Because we like competence and autonomy and relatedness. So similarly, students need that to some extent, right? So we have to allow them to do certain things independently as long as they can do it. And where they need help, we step in and help them, right? So that leads to desired outcome, which is in making sure that student becomes competent, technologist. How do we foster motivation? Support autonomy by providing choice. Hey, you have a patient, next patient coming up, give the student choice. Hey, do you want to escort the patient from lobby to treatment room or procedure room, or do you want to go inside and set up the table? Now you're giving choice to student. They cannot stand back and watch as an observer. Now they have to step in, take initiative, jump in, and do the task, right? So that gives them choice. And support competence by providing structure and organization, right? Providing them tools, providing them checklists, providing them, step-by-step instruction. Support relatedness by providing positive interpersonal involvement. Sometimes casual conversation. Hey, you said that you were in PTA yesterday. How did that PTA meeting go? Or how was that football game over the weekend? I understand that you went to game. How was the game? Starting these conversation with your student, support relatedness by providing that positive interpersonal involvement. So a new student has none of these and they need clinical instructor support. So that is where you're flexible, you're adaptable, and you're helping them. Here is about the learning cycle. There is an unconscious incompetence. The novice and the beginners, they're not competent yet, but they don't know that they're incompetent. Oh, setting the table, that's easy. Press few buttons and set up the table, right? But that is not easy because they're unconscious about their incompetence. Now, you make them aware that they need to learn certain way and certain steps they need to follow. Now they become aware that they didn't know. That is conscious incompetence. That leads to learning. Now they have conscious competence. They learned the task, they acquired the skill set. Now they have conscious competence. Okay? That leads to mastery. Repetition, repeatedly doing tasks over and over, and learning these tasks step by step and learning the skill set. Now they are mastering their skill set. Now there is going to be unconscious competence. That is experts. That is us. We are having that blind spot. We don't even know we are competent, but we are just doing it, just part of the normal process, right? That is how learning cycle works. Quickly, and finally, here is a guide which is coming from, Lever, a book published in 2012, and also Burns et al. Study, which is published in 2006. My friend, educator at Mount Sinai Health System, Maria Dimopoulos, shared this with all the participants at a conference. So here are some guidelines help us to help the students. First thing, modeling. We have to model ourselves about positive attitude, attribute, and effective communication, therapeutic communication, and safe procedures. right? That is our responsibility. If we model, they follow that, right? So we are role models. Observation, right? As technologist, as preceptor, clinical instructor, you let student observe something, then they learn from that, then you observe student doing that, that helps the student to begin that process. Case presentation. Time to time, we let the student present case. It doesn't have to be formal case studies. Just few seconds, few minutes, let the student explain to you, present that case, reading the patient chart, explaining to you what that patient is about, what procedure you are going to do, what are the basic things you need to set up, right? So it helps reflect the student's ability to obtain complete histories, identify and report, pertinent physical findings, and also helps identify gaps in the student learning, clarify format preceptor prefers for case presentation, and so on and so forth, right? Direct questioning. Sometimes gently, not rude, gently ask some question to students, some basic questions, right? Hey, you're going to set this up this way. Why do you think you have to do that, right? So, or you're bypassing something. Why did we do that for this patient? Why don't we do it for other patients, right? That helps them to, think critically, reason, and problem solve. I tell my student always, ask some of these basic questions. When you are doing a task, ask yourself why you are doing it, when you're supposed to do it, how you're supposed to do it. If you ask those basic questions to yourself, that helps you to reason. That is critical thinking. That helps you to reason, and if there is a problem, that helps you to problem solve. You set up a patient, it did not go well, the image did not work out, or the treatment setup wasn't right. You checked with the imaging, with your setup variation in radiation therapy, and it setup is not within the tolerance, which is beyond the tolerance. You need to change the setup now. Same thing with the imaging. Positioning is not correct. So that helps the student to go back and see what is happening, step by step, solving the problem. Think aloud method. Sometimes letting students say what they are going to do, thinking it loud. That helps you what student is thinking. If the student is not thinking correctly, then you can step in, help them to do the right thing or follow the right step. So I always tell students, if you are doing there lost, confused, but you're not asking question, you're not saying you don't know the thing, or you're not saying you need help, nobody knows what is happening. So sometimes people cannot read mind. We see that you're confused, you're lost, but we don't know what the challenge is. If you think it loud, what you are going to do, not in every situation, in some situation, it will help the technologist to see what challenge you have, right? Coaching. That is your job. You are a coach. You are a mentor. You are an expert. If they're not doing correctly, show them the right way to do that. Give them step-by-step instruction. Next time, let them take lead and see how they do it. And tell them what they did right, where it didn't go right. That is why you stepped in to complete the procedure. Tell them how they're supposed to do it. Next time, they do it correctly, right? So that's kind of basic teaching guidelines, which might help you on the job. You all know this. I don't need to tell you that. You are doing this job, over the years. You probably know better than me, right? But it's always good to be mindful of some of these things on the job to help the students, right? So here we are. We covered all of that. So let me know if you have here are the references I used for this talk. And thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I hope we all learned something from each other. If you have any questions or even comments, or even if you have some better idea than what I presented, with the limitation of the time, I couldn't touch everything here, but we covered some basics stuff. Let me know if you have questions. Let me know if you have some new innovative idea. Let us share that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Sir Manya Betageri. So we are now open to receiving few questions from our audience here. So allow us some time to check the chat box for your question. So while we are checking here, dear sir, so firstly, yeah, thank you for that very comprehensive discussion about the dimensions of instructions within the clinical setting. We valued how you emphasize the important roles of clinical instructors to our students, the right character and responsibilities. Now, since we are still waiting for some questions to get in, I'd like to ask you one question, dear sir. So what do you think is the most challenging situation or factor that you have experienced regards the different learning styles of students coming in the clinical area?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, that is an excellent question, Peachy. We all learn through different modes. Some of us are auditory learners, some of us are visual learners, some of us are hands-on. There is one thing I forgot to touch on is the learning domain, which is cognitive, right? Which is related to brain, that is the knowledge. Second thing is affective, which is our communication and interpersonal relationship, right? And third is psychomotor, that related to hands-on skill set, right? So most of the time, the hands-on skill part is easier for student to learn. You explain something, portion of that registered in the brain here cognitively, but not really can do the task. But if you show them hands-on, okay, hey, here is the way to do it. Come on, step in and do this. And they do that. And take them to next step in and do that. And most of us learn in the, healthcare and in terms of technology and in terms of the hands-on task, they do well. And some of us are visual or mixed learner. We need auditory, right? We need visual, we need hands-on as well, right? All three of these things help. And that is the best way to help, So sometimes I observe things when I was student thinking back. I observe things, but I think I can do it. But minute I step in to do it, I can't, right? But when somebody show me the task right there and let me do it and move on to next step, and if they walk me through that 1 or 2 times, next time I can confidently and comfortably can do it. And that could be same situation for a lot of us. And of course, we all have different ways to learn. Does that answer your question, Peachy?
Definitely. And I can feel how big your heart is for learning and for teaching our students, because I do agree with you that an instructor in the clinical setting needs really to have a big heart for students. You need to be observant if they are really learning, and be sensitive enough to really make sure that the teachings you are giving to your students are really, coming across to all of them. And so here, let me read some comment and or question in the chat box.
Thank you, Peachy. That was well said. You explained better than me. I appreciate that.
All right, so here's a question here. What advice would you give to someone who would like to become an educator?
Well, if you want to become an educator, I will tell you my story, why I became educator. That might help you. right? So when I was a student, way back in the 90s, right? That pretty much I told what is my age, right? And there are certain things I had challenges, how my teacher explained. And I was saying to myself, hey, I would do this better if I were to be a teacher, right? And what I did when I became technologist, when I became radiation therapist practicing, always I made sure I took extra time with my students. My colleagues used to tease me, right? I wasn't a professor, but they used to sarcastically mock me that, hey, professor, how are you, right? They were actually teasing me, but I didn't mind. I took time and explained things to students. And the others start noticing, and my physicist colleagues, my clinician colleagues, and my senior therapist colleagues noticing that anytime there are students in the clinic, informally, they let me explain things. They let me take the students around, explain things. Or if there is a challenge, they would call me and explain that to students. So I started from there, right? I wasn't getting extra pay for that. There was no monetary benefit. I could have said, hey, there is no extra pay for this. I'm not going to, break my head. It is none of my business. But I volunteered to do that. And I learned my ways. And, when I was in Jamaica, we started a radiation therapy program, which didn't go too far anyway, unfortunately. And one of the therapists from Canada came there to set up the program. I learned few things from her. And she knows Professor Stillman as well from Canada. I started teaching part-time for students. Also, I took the informal role of clinical instructor in the clinic without extra pay for that. And I started helping the students, right? And that is where, I gained, one and two things. And I learned from my students. I learned from my colleagues. I learned from my team members, right? And then this opportunity came up when I was in UK. Out of the blue, Bellevue College contacted me that I tried to apply. I didn't remember. And I took the opportunity. Here is the thing. It blew my illusions when I took this job. Professor Stillman can tell you how brutal our tenure process is going to be. In the United States, if the student feedback saying that I'm not teaching well, I'm done, right? That's how it works. And it is going to be very brutal. How your student get upset when they get critical feedback, you might get upset when you get critical feedback from your students, right? So I went through that. I asked students, hey, you are saying this is not working. Let me know what helps you. Does checklist help you? Does study guide help you? Does review help you, right? I asked them, I came up with all of that, and they started doing well. I am started doing well as well. So probably that is why I'm here today. I'm full professor and clinical coordinator. This is my 10th year at the Bellevue College. Hopefully these are some of the things help you as well. I hope I answered your question.
Good evening, sir, Professor, sir. Good evening. This is Syed from the UAE. Can I ask you the question? If
Sure,
you
go
allow?
ahead. Go ahead,
My name is Syed. I am from the UAE. Currently working in one of Dubai Health Authority. My question,
Yes,
you sir, this is about how to maintain equality of teaching, equality of the teaching when you have the different ability of the students, where we have seen some students coming from the rural background, they don't have that much foundation. But when we are going to give the teaching to them, either you has mentioned very wonderful topics about radiation therapy, about whatever the basic things to the advanced things. So the different ability students are there in one group, or
okay.
maybe you can call in the class. So I want your advice on that, how we can be cope up with this problem.
Sure. That is an excellent question. You use the term equality, but I would use a different term. Nothing wrong with the term you use, but I would use the term equity, right? Why I say that? So let us say, I'm going to give you an example. I use this in my class while explaining difference between equality and equity. So let us say you have a bird, you have a snake, you have an elephant, you have a monkey, and you, as an instructor, as a teacher, you're going to say, we are going to have one assessment for all of you, right? Which is climbing that tree. Monkey would be happy to climb that tree, but elephant would be happy to destroy that tree, right? And bird would be happy to fly and sit on that tree, right? You know, we all have different ability, as you mentioned earlier on. How would we do that? Making sure that it is equitable, right? It can be equal, right? Equitable. How do you do that? Okay. You're probably good at explaining hands-on skill set. You can do that, but your colleague is good at explaining verbally, right? So your colleague can explain that, you can demonstrate the skill set hands-on, and somebody is good at showing visuals on the computer screen. So it's a teamwork. It's a team task. It's not one-man show, right? We use everybody's, dependable strength. We use the term dependable strength. We don't use the term weakness. Nobody has weakness. Everybody has room to improvement, but we all have certain dependable strength. We use that. So your dependable strength could be doing hands-on. Another person's dependable strength could be explaining verbally. And other person's dependable strength could be doing things on the computer. And we can take help of all of these technologists working with you and make it work for the student. Does that answer your question, Saeed?
Thank you very much. Thank you, doctor. Wonderful explanation. Thank you, doctor. I would like to just make your
appreciate that. Just to
Thank you so much, sir.
Just to note that I'm not a doctor yet. Probably one day when I finish my PhD, but thank you.
Sir, you consist in your side more than 10 doctors, sir. What I was thinking to be, I have been listening to you since I can be said to the last maybe 2-3 years by the blessing of Suresh Maliap, sir, who's given chances to join the Gratio, and then through this wonderful panel of the Gratio, we are getting to you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate that. You're too kind. Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
This webinar is really getting more and more interesting as we still have few minutes to finish the webinar. We can still entertain one more question from our audience. But while waiting for that person to ask a question, I would like to say a little observation. So from what Sir Manya said, is like being an educator is it can be by choice or by chance, right? And I am learning also with Sir Syed that becoming a radiologic technologist in the clinical setting, and then maybe by choice because you applied in a medical center admitting students for training, you are already aware that there will be responsibilities that relate to teaching and training future students. When you become a radiologic technologist in a training center, so that gives further knowledge to everyone that, being a rad tech alone, plus being a trainer handling students in the clinical setting is really much more responsibilities and duties to make by a radiologic technologist. So I have really high regards with those rad techs who are employed and who are handling, managing students in the clinical setting. So I think we have one more question from our audience. Can you please unmute your microphone and identify yourself? We'll allow you to unmute your microphone.
Can I ask one question?
Go ahead,
Sure.
Prakash.
Yes. Sir, it was wonderful presentation. So it's my personal experience in become as a radiation therapist, how to involve the new radiation therapist in the research work, any key point or any suggestion, because what are the improvement or what are research, it's definitely it's help for the patient quality of treatment. So what is your opinion, sir?
So please unmute your microphone again, Sir Manya.
Sir, please unmute your mic.
Okay, can you hear me now? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Prakash, I'm sure you listened to Jonathan McNulty's talk during our Students' Day. Remember that? So now, when we say research, it is very broad. Now, always we think about this, traditional research that you need to do, certain research, go through IRB and complete the research and publish the paper and all of that. That is one way. Okay? That is formal research if you want to do that. And every country has a different opportunity and different challenges to do that in our field. But Jonathan said one thing. We all can do research at our own pace and our own level, informally, which is finding resources for students. There are opportunities comes up from your professional organization, either locally, nationally, or internationally. You see that. Professor Steelman always shared those opportunities on our social media, right? On our group chat, right? Encouraging everyone to write something simple, 2 paragraphs for ISRRT journal. So simple, right? We start from that, right? We start from that. And if we start to do that, and you wrote 2 paragraphs for a newsletter, then you wrote a full-page article, then you wrote a full-length article, probably eventually peer-reviewed article, and so on and so forth. Research can't happen overnight. That's very tough, right? And it has to start from somewhere and start from small, right? And build up from that. And if you ask your radiation therapy students and the new colleagues, entry-level colleagues, to do certain things, if you have an association, if you have a conference coming up, at least let one of those students introduce the guest. Write their intro first. Then ask them to write welcome speech or something like that. Then ask them to explain one little intro to some topic. You start from that, you give that opportunity to students at your departmental level or division level or your local and national level or international level. Then ask them to write 2 news items for your newsletter. It starts from there and it will grow up. Believe you me, it will happen. Couple years later, that person is writing a full page or full-length article. Watch that. That will happen. Does that make sense, Prakash?
Yes, sir. Absolutely correctly you say.
Yeah.
It is really helpful for us.
Yeah. One more thing I would say before next question, if there is a question, I always tell my student, one thing. There are some student or one of your student having challenge. Probably it is not the right job or right choice for them. We need to be honest about that because they are wasting their time and money with the program. Probably they can find better, profession for them. Here is the thing. sometimes something happens in the clinic that could be isolated one-time situation. I would call that an incident. Now, student goes to next clinic and the similar problem. I call that coincident. And student goes to third clinic, same thing happens. Now it becomes pattern and trend. There is definitely a serious problem, right? So that is why we need to be honest about that. I tell my student, hey, if it happened in one clinic, you blame the clinic. I take that, but every clinic, if you are blaming, if you are not ready to step back and look at yourself and reflect on that, take a deep, make a deep reflection, then there is going to be a challenge for you, right? It is not work for you, right? So we need to be honest with the student, but we do that in a nice way. We are not going to be rude, right? So we do it in a very, respectable way and very meaningful way. We don't insult students. We don't put them on the spot. I have seen situations in different countries I work, people insulting students in front of colleagues. And please do not put the student on the spot in front of your patient. You wouldn't like that. It is not safe. It is unethical. It is demeaning. We should not do that. All right, thank you.
Well, very well said. Now, I'd like to read a comment from an ambassador of WRTF, Sir Stephen Macoloma. So to him, he said here, from ISRT Code of Ethics, when you graduate as a radiographer in any discipline, you are automatically mandated to transit knowledge to other colleagues. With these, everyone in the profession become an educator or some kind. The best we need is always have right information or knowledge, the skills, and strive for competencies. So that is from co-ambassador Sir Stephen Macoloma.
Yes, well said, Stephen. Sometimes we don't read fine print with our job responsibilities when we get the job. In our job roles, there is a statement. You will, work with your colleagues and team members to learn new things and teach new things. So whether you like it or not, it is part of our job, right? We don't have to have official clinical instructor role or, teacher role. By default, we are all our teachers. Does that make sense?
Well, definitely. So with the interest of time, I know we hope to discuss more and talk more with Sir Manya Betageri, but because of our interest with time, we have to cut from here. So let us first award the certificate to our resource speaker. Please accept the certificate of appreciation from the World Radiography Educational Trust Foundation, dear Sir Subramanya Betageri, for sharing your expertise, your experience to all our audience who have attended the first webinar and the WRTF Webinar Series 2023. We thank you so much, dear Sir Betageri, and we hope to have more of you in the next webinars to come.
Thank you, Peachy. I accept that. I appreciate that. Not just me, you all have potential. And if anybody need help to, present or talk, WRETF ambassadors can help you, can mentor you. We expect you to participate, you to contribute as well. We all grow together, make impact together, worldwide.
Yes, so again, thank you so much, Sir Subramanya Betageri. Now, Sir Prakash, what will our audience receive? Can you discuss to them how are they going to receive their certificate of participation?
Yes, we already post in the the feedback link. Once you receive the feedback link, you just fill the form, and later 1 week we'll send the certificate.
All right then, so we are at the end of our webinar. Sir Prakash, would you like to say something before we close the program?
Prakash sir, can you one more time? Can you please share the link, please? One more time, please.
Yes, we'll share the link again. You just fill the link. After 1 week, we'll receive the certificate. So, thank you very much. I really appreciate all the participants who joined today worldwide, and really appreciate your time and efforts. And I privileged to vote of thanks behalf of World Radiography Trust and the ambassador members. It is great honor to privilege to part of this event. If I speak to origin this project, our mentor, the leader, the Mr. Christopher sir, he's a main leader or the chairman of this group. He thought and his idea to start our webinar series to share our contribution, our knowledge to our student, our colleagues to worldwide. And I think this day is come and successfully we done our first webinar series with the presence of everyone. So thank you, sir, and supporting us and given me permission to everyone to contribute and sharing this knowledge. And also the really thankful my respected guest speaker, Mr. Professor Subramanian sir. It was fabulous presentation, sir. We give more evaluative, more informative lecture for this today's session. And I know in the busiest time you available and contributed is very wonderful lectures and share your knowledge. I be professionally as a guest. We feel educated and the confidence that this webinar learn lots and lots, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I would like to express to thank to my respective participant taking time to make sure that we're online in virtually worldwide. Thank you all the participants, all the delegates. Also, I would like to thank you all the sponsors. Those are Weber State University for support us for this event today, for the Zoom links and the via online facility. Last but not least, I want to extend a word of thanks my organizing committee, that is World Radiography Translation Foundation Trust teams, my all the ambassador or my colleagues, all my trustee members, my seniors to making this grand success today's event. Hope you continue to collaborate this manner such good academic event and similar teaching session in the future and share the update our knowledge. Thank you. Proceed with teaching. And also, yes, and I sincerely thank you, my co-partner Peachy, for this making event successfully. Thank you, Peachy.
Yes, so thank you to Prakash. Thank you all to our beloved invited speaker. We say thank you everyone for joining us in this webinar. Please keep updated for the next scheduled WRETF webinar in March. You can check posts on our Facebook group here, or you can send us your question. I saw some questions still in the chat box. You can send your message to our WRTF website. So with that,
I would like to thank you from the Madam Pichi, Madam. On behalf of all audience, I would like to thanks to all the organizing committee. On behalf of all audience, I would like to thank you. Thank you, Mania sir. Thank you, Stillman sir. Thank you, all of you. Arrange wonderful session full of knowledge. Thank you, Prakash sir. All of you, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all of you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Wow, thank you for that again. So we meet each other again. Thank you so much, everyone. Goodbye for now, and let's meet again in the next webinar in March.
That was excellent.
Yes, sir.
That was awesome.
I hope it did go well.
Recording stopped.
Everything was perfect. Let us, I don't want to speak here. Let's meet in the chat room, Facebook chat room, and we'll discuss. Peachy, go to sleep. Go to bed now.
Yes, that is true.
Yes, and all the Filipinos who are here.
Right.
Magandang umaga. That's good morning.
I could not be more. Could not be more proud of what you just accomplished.
Oh, thank you so much.
Nothing makes me happier.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
So,
yeah.
We will talk later. So I'm going to close the room. But what more can be said? Supermanya, you crushed it as always.
There should be a part 2.
Appreciate that.
And as trustees, we can be incredibly proud of Prakash and Peachy for what they just have done, and I can't wait till the next one.
And the way Peachy and Prakash set up these meetings, the starting, ending, and all of that, it is very organized, very professional. I really appreciate that.
Professional.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Same word I was going to use. Professional.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, well, Manya, we're just beginning our day, so we have to move on.
Yes, true. Yeah. Yeah.
Some of us will go to sleep, and some of us are just starting. So
yeah,
I have to go.
I'm
I have to go have a class.
I will have a very good morning tomorrow.
You should. You should wake. You should wake up smiling. You've accomplished.
Yeah,
surely.
You deserve that. Yes.
Surely.
I'll see you guys.
All right. Bye. Take care. Have a great day. Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.